Good evening. Welcome to the September 14th Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Mayor Gina Louise Shara, the chair of the committee, and I will be presiding this evening. This meeting is being held both remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. This meeting and all participating will be audio and video recorded. I will begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara.
Present.
Member Robbins.
Present.
Member Gazy. Member Gazy.
Can they still not hear?
She's here.
No, can they not?
Our Zoom isn't on right now.
She was here. She must have popped off.
Okay, I'll look for her after. Member Seraphy Cox.
Present.
Member Stein. I don't think he's here. Member Levy. I didn't see her either. Member Miller.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Agna.
Present.
And Member Davis.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So it's Member Goldman and we believe Member Gazy. And here's Member Davis. Member Davis is there.
There's member.
So the people that are participating over Zoom are Member Goldman and Member Gazy, and was there a third person? And Member Seraphy Cox, pardon me, okay. Those folks are participating remotely over Zoom. We're going to take public comment in person and over Zoom. There is a sign-up sheet for public comment in the community room. And for those on Zoom, if you wish to make a comment, please use the raised hand feature in the bottom of your menu bar under reactions. If you're calling in by phone, you can raise your hand by hitting *9. So I am looking, Annie, there's no one signed up over there, right? No. There's no one here in the community room who signed up for public comment, and I'm looking, but I do not see any hands. So if there is no public comment, then we will move on to announcements. Okay, seeing no public comment, announcements. I see Member Seraphy Cox. We'll go to her, and then we'll see if there are any other announcements. Hello.
Hi. This isn't an announcement per se, but I received a request from NACE about potentially moving the executive session up in the agenda since educators need to be in school early. So obviously that's at the discretion of the chair, but wanted to communicate that.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's see if there are other announcements, and I will see what we can do. Any Member Agna?
I just wanted to wish everyone who's celebrating Rosh Hashanah in the next, tomorrow, I guess, sundown. We wish you the best of New Year's and peaceful times. Thank you.
For that. Any other announcements? Okay. Seeing none, we can move on to the consent agenda. I'm going to read all the items on the consent agenda, and then I'm going to ask if there are any removals for discussion, because there's no discussion on the consent agenda. So these are meeting minutes for approval: August 10th, 23, school committee; January 10th, 23, school committee meeting for the superintendent search; February 25th, 21, budget meeting; March 6th, 23, budget meeting; March 25th, 21, school committee meeting; and April 7th, 2020, April 8th, 2021, April 11th, 2019, April 13th, 2023. Those are all student advisory council meetings. Then April 25th, 2019, school committee meeting. May 11th, 23, student advisory. May 12th, 22, student advisory. September 22nd, 22, school committee meeting. October 13th, 22, December 9th, 21, and December 12th, 2019. Those are all student advisory council meetings. And then these are minutes that were reviewed by the school committee, by members of the school committee. They are November 27th, 2018, School Committee MCAS meeting, February 28th, 2019, Special School Committee Budget Meeting, March 28th, 2019, School Committee Budget Meeting, May 11th, 23, School Committee Meeting, May 23rd, 19, Special School Committee Meeting, August 13th, 2019, School Committee Meeting, September 26th, 2019, Special School Committee Meeting, October 24th, 2019, Special School Committee Meeting, June 30th, 2020, Special Meeting, October 20th, 2020, Special Meeting, and October 14th, 2021. That's a regular school committee meeting. And then the only other item on the consent agenda is donations, and there's a request to fundraise for the Imagined Words mural for JFK, with the goal being $15,000. Those are the items on the consent agenda. Are there any requests for removals? If not, yes.
Can I ask about the ones that aren't linked to a live document?
Yes. I don't have an answer for you.
So can we remove those?
I was going to say that one of the ones that's not linked is a one that I did, and it's because I hadn't finished it yet.
Okay.
There were some things that I needed to check on the video, so I would support removing those. Apologies for not getting it done all the way. I don't know about the other two, though. I just know the May 23rd, 2019.
Okay, so it looks like March 28th, 19, March 23rd, 19, June 30th, 2020, all don't have hyperlinks. So there's a request to remove those. Any other requests? Yes, Member Miller.
Unfortunately, because I didn't send them in earlier, I have made note of a few corrections in a number of the documents. And they're more like spelling errors or
Scrivener's
last
errors.
name omitted or something. And I could even, how would you want me to offer those?
Well, if we're going to have a motion on the consent agenda, we could ask for a motion to approve with correcting Scrivener's errors. So we can solve that problem with that. Are there any other, the members who had made amendments, everyone's fine with what they've reviewed and amended?
Yes.
Otherwise? Okay, so if that's the case, would someone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda with March 28th, 19, May 23rd, 19 removed, and June 30th, 2020 removed, and with any Scrivener's errors that have been noted by school committee members to be corrected?
So moved.
Motion's been made by Member Agnes, seconded by Member Stein. Okay,
And that includes the donation.
that includes the donation. That's the entire consent agenda.
Great.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy? Do we have Member Gazy back yet?
Yes.
Back.
She
You
might
have
not be able to
unmute.
unmute, though.
Member Gazy, can you unmute?
Yes, yes, I think I can.
Okay, thank
Is
you.
that me right there?
Is that a yes vote?
Yes,
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
And Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay, the consent agenda passes, and we can move on to new business. So we have, so items A through D are recommendations to ratify MOAs. E is being removed from this agenda because it's not ready yet. So we can take A through D individually unless someone would like to move them as a group. So motion's been made to take A through D. So there's recommendation to ratify the school psychologist extension MOA, recommendation to ratify the Unit G salary schedule change MOA, recommendation to ratify mentor coordinator change from hourly to stipend of $3,500 MOA, and recommendation to ratify Unit A nurse's ability to take on duties of the school health director MOA. Motion's been made by Member Robbins to take those as a group. Is there a second?
Second it.
Motion's been seconded by Member Agna.
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox says.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox, discussion.
Yes, so the question that I had, oh, I'm sorry. No, that's on a later item. Disregard, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on A through D? Yes.
Well, just to clarify, the number of corrections that I have are on the minutes for approval tonight, not the ones school committee already reviewed.
Excellent. Those were in the consent agenda anyway, so it still counts.
Okay.
Good to go. Okay, any further discussion on A through D, these MOAs? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
and Member Robbins.
Yep.
Okay, those pass, and that brings us down to F, a recommendation to restore the Director of Digital Literacy to full-time. And Dr. Bonner, okay, would you like to?
All right, if I could just give you some background of why we're making this request. This was one of the positions that was reduced during the budget negotiations of last spring. And we are finding that there are multiple gaps without having this position in place. So we're requesting the restoration of this position to full-time. The absence of this position has put a hardship on the district in providing technical assistance, monitoring our website, even in terms of managing frontline for professional growth and working with the admin team. So this year we implemented several new programs that require technical assistance, one being Parent Square, which you are all pretty much familiar with now. Pretty soon we will be launching Open Architect, which does our dashboards for our data and accountability. The SNAP program, which holds or houses our medical records. The M-Class, which is a new assessment for our elementary grades, as well as the iReady, which is which is grades 6 through 8. So we really need this person's position, or I should say this position is very key to some of the work that we are doing now. As we continue in the age of technology and AI, it's important that Northampton Public Schools remains a credible player in those changes. And you know, we think about the creativity and the innovation in which our instructors employ in the classroom. It will help in terms of having someone who is technically savvy to help our teachers and our administrators. You know, we may look to hybrid or virtual classes in the future. Who knows what the future may bring? And then it also accelerates our student learning. We use a lot of technology platforms and software programs to help with our special needs children. And so it just expands opportunities also for differentiation. So we're hoping that you will reconsider that. And then also another piece that happened to us this summer, which I don't think anyone was planning, the chief IT director for the city/school side, that position is vacant, is now currently filled by an acting person. So we're really really hurting for someone to lift or take some of the onus of some of these things that we need in place for our school system. So I'm hoping that you will reconsider. Working with Antonio before he left and Bobby, they have looked at the budget and where we can actually fund this position full-time. And it's really from cost savings from our new hires, as well as, you know, the last 3 months we've saved in terms of not having this person in position. However, we have paid for some stipends for people to cover some of those tasks. So I'm hoping that you will consider that, and I'm going to be quiet now.
Member Levy.
Thank you for the comprehensive explanation as well as where the funds were going to come from, because that would have been my question. I will speak for myself, but I imagine I represent the views of a number of my colleagues on the school committee that I don't think any of us wanted to cut any positions. And so if there's funding to bring this position back, I would fully support it. So I appreciate your advocacy.
Member Stein.
Yeah, I mean, I share Member Levy's, being in favor of restoring. I guess my question is really on the budgetary piece. When we did a lot of difficult decisions last year on the recommendations of the interim superintendent and the alt committee, hopefully this is one of the places they want to save money. And I guess I'm wondering, what is the actual, what's the cost breakdown here? So we cut it down to a half-time or some partial time. We paid out tuition. How much money are we talking about? And by adding it back in, we've sort of restored a line item that we will likely have to cut somewhere else from in the spring. So I want us to be cognizant of the fact that when we vote for this, we're restoring it, and we're making a choice that we're not going to spend tailings or other money that's been uncommitted because things haven't gone as we planned in the budget to other things. So it's not like there's not a cost to something else. I think it's worth doing. I just want to know what the figures are, and for folks to realize that essentially we're going to go into next season having added half a position when we start discussing the budget again. So just to keep it in mind. So what are the figures that we're talking about?
So in the operating budget, and Bobby, you can correct me on this, I believe what was set aside was $56,000 or $57,000. That salary was literally cut in half. So we're looking at, this is a 12-month position, and so I believe the person who was in the position prior, that salary was about 107, maybe 116,000. Bobby, if you could speak to that, and I did see you on Zoom. There you are. Okay.
Yep, no, you're right on. Her salary for the retiring one, not the retiring one, but the one who resigned would have been, I believe, around 108 for fiscal 24. We reduced that to 54. And I believe the position is looking at 100 grand, so it would be a little under 100. I mean, a little under 50 grand to support that position at full time for this current year.
And what did we pay in stipends to people already?
I don't have the total in front of me. It's not massive. I can get it for sure, but. Yeah, it's not massive. We didn't pay out a ton.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Any other discussion? So what are you looking for from us?
So just approval to restore it to full-time. Okay. And I'm bringing that to you because I know that that was a very difficult conversation that you all had during the budget season in terms of what to reduce. But we have to really, as Michael pointed out, be cognizant, yes, that this will now be a line item in our next year's budget, but it's worth having this position. We are in the 21st century. It is really pivotal that we have someone with the expertise that can help guide us with that technology.
Can I ask a question? Of course. Maybe it's putting the cart before the horse, but do we know that the person who's in the position now would be able to step in to the full-time?
Oh, so currently, the way that the position was posted when the former person resigned, it was posted as a part-time position with the potential to go full-time. So before the IT director left he had the opportunity to interview some people. He left a candidate's name with me. So I have not really, I've had a conversation, but I said we can have a deeper conversation after I go to the school committee to see if I can restore this as full-time.
I see.
I just had one more financial question for Bobby, or you, Dr. Bonnet, which is, can you remind me how we're paying back the 1.2 million deficit? Like, are we relying on any of the, like the back to the school choice account? Like, are we using savings from the operating budget to do that, or is that coming from another line item? Like, how are we filling that hole?
So the things that we had to make up, the only thing we are using is 400,000 in ESSER funds, and the rest we had been given the 1.2 from the mayor, and that's it. So we're not using any tailings or anything like that for the support of the budget.
I thought we had like closer to 2.4, but you're saying it's only 1.6 total that we were underwater? So it's like if it's 400 from Essers, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Levy.
I move to restore the Director of Digital Literacy to full-time.
I second it.
Motion's made by Member Levy, seconded by Member Agna. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
That was the final.
Okay, that passes. That brings us to G, vote to appoint an official delegate to vote for bylaws at the MASC conference on November 8th, 2023.
Okay, so very quickly, in order for the school committee to have a vote at the annual business meeting of the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, that's MASC, it's necessary that an official delegate be designed and be selected by the school committee to represent this body. And I do know that Gwen Agna is registered to attend that meeting. So the request is that if you would give her authorization to to actually vote during the annual business session that will be held in November.
I'll make a motion to elect our vice chair, Ms. Agna, to be our representative and vote at the MAP conference.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Levy. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on the agenda, it says that this is an official delegate to vote for bylaws at the MASC conference. It's possible that bylaws will be voted on, but it was my understanding from previous years that the main thing that this delegate actually votes on are the resolutions, and that then we would request that this person bring once the resolutions come out, that we would, as a body, empower them to vote in any particular, whichever way we would like, or we just empower them to vote how they think we would vote. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not specifically just for the bylaws, I don't think, unless they've changed it.
Okay, thank you. Member Miller, would you like to modify your motion to include resolutions? Can you, Member Levy, accept that?
Accept
Okay.
that.
Any
That
discussion?
amendment.
Okay, Seeing none, roll call, please.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
Member Gazy? Did I hear you, Member Gazy?
You can't unmute, she's saying.
Oh, can I see you? If you give me a thumbs up, I'll, okay, thank you. And Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. That brings us to reports and recommendations.
Sorry, could I ask you to just pause for 1 second
Sure.
while we restart a piece of equipment that's frozen up on us?
Absolutely. We're going to take a brief recess to restart equipment. Yeah. 'Cause that's going to
Life is busy.
Like I literally couldn't get here until the water was boiling.
we have to bring it all. Okay, thank you. Okay. We are back, and we are at reports and recommendations, and first up, we have the superintendent's report. Good honor.
Okay. So within my report, there's a couple of components, and I would like to start with introducing Michael Sullivan, who is my new superintendent induction program mentor. And if Michael could come to the podium, I do want to let you know that he'll share some things about NISIP and what I'm involved in, but he is a former educator of Northampton Public Schools, but also he served as a superintendent in Longmeadow.
Principal and assistant.
Principal and assistant principal. Okay. All right. And so I'm going to turn it over to Michael to share a little bit about NISIP and what I have gotten myself into. And you can go from here, Michael.
Okay. It's nice to be here. Half my career was right in this building, as some of you know, so it's bringing back lots of memories to be here. Pre and post this edition. Anyway, yeah, so after I left here, I was in Longmeadow for 7 years. No, yeah, 7 years, and then Gil Montague, I was their superintendent for 7. And Bobby, I worked with Bobby during COVID. I was the interim at Hampshire Regional during that wonderful year of 2021. So after that all became too much work. I retired, kind of, and now I work for the Mass Association of School Superintendents and work with supporting new superintendents in a 3-year program. It strives to be kind of transformational in what it does. It's not just to help new superintendents survive, but we have very kind of ambitious goals about really helping them move the needle with teaching and learning and equity. And we're doing a lot of work in advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion. There's a whole ready guide that we've got, and if you're interested in some of the resources that MASS has now, they're extensive. Anyway, that's my commercial plug. The program is, the structure involves coaching, individual sessions with new superintendents up to 6 hours a month, and then there are monthly days. Dr. Bonner's got one next week in Marlborough for the day, where the whole cohort of new superintendents, which is usually between 20 and 30, meet to talk about different components of the program, which include how to have a very thoughtful and structured entry to a new district, and then having the outcome of that entry process set the stage for working on what's typically needed with a new superintendent is a new strategic plan or district improvement plan, and then helping them working with their principals largely as instructional leaders to kind of advance the work of the district. And there's other pieces to it as well, but that's pretty much what we do and what we ask of new supers. And it's a pleasure getting to know Portia and working in Northampton again. So, thanks.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. So with that, it's a great segue into sharing a little bit about my entry plan for Northampton Public Schools. And in your packet, you should see this documentation. I'm not going to read the whole thing because you all are very, very capable, but I'm going to highlight some of the components of the entry plan. All
Do
right.
you want to screen share it or not?
Actually, I can. That will be great for the community. So let me. Can I share my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Okay. I just need to move this over. Maybe not. Maybe make it bigger. Okay. All right. Very good. So, as I begin my journey in the district, it's important to learn about the culture and the climate. And so I have been with you, it's hard to believe, but it's been 2.5 months. I feel like I've been here for a couple of years now. And so over the next several months, I will develop a comprehensive picture of the culture, norms, and values of the school district, as well as district and school operations and performance by identifying strengths and needs through active listening, fact gathering, and data disaggregation. This entry plan will be conducted in such a manner as fact gathering from key stakeholders and reviewing documents that provide insight into the operational structure of the system. It is my hope to report on these entry findings later this fall or early winter, summarizing my initial synthesis of the district's strengths, challenges, and needs. The final expected outcome of this plan will contribute to the development of a new multi-year strategic plan, which I hope that we are beginning to have a conversation about during our retreat on Monday. So the methods in terms of this, I am going to be using kind of a mix of both qualitative and quantitative protocols, and quantitatively using existing data sets and criteria used to select a range of data, and then qualitatively through observations, interviews, and focus groups. And so most of you know that I have been meeting different stakeholders in the community. There's still a list, and so if there's someone who I may have not interacted with, please feel free to say, Portia, here's someone else I think you need to meet. So I have 7 general goals in terms of my process, and you can see those listed and identified in the entry protocol. And yes, thank you. It's the only thing about this.
I know, I should have done it for you. There you go.
Okay. So I have 7 goals, and so one, again, just identifying the norms and the values and past practices of the system by conferencing with members of the school district. I've already had the pleasure of speaking with your former full-time superintendent, John Provost, who has shared some things about Northampton Public Schools, and then identifying key issues concerning all stakeholders in order to establish priorities. There is one that I'm going to actually talk about this evening, and that's the bullying concerns in the district. Began establishing key relationships with stakeholder groups and identify what the community wants from their superintendent and what a Northampton graduate looks like. So, and then learn the social and cultural and political and technical dimensions of the position, identify the strengths of Northampton Public Schools, including the things to be built upon, and continue the strategic work that is occurring with the district improvement plan, ensure that the district's DEIB, which stands for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging stance, is manifested throughout our practices, our actions, and processes. And then ascertain the academic rigor and quality of the curricular programs from preparing students for college and career, assess curricular for its relevancy and cultural responsiveness to engage all students, building relationships with students from marginalized groups. So what I've learned so far about Northampton and its schools is that it is definitely a student-centered school district in Massachusetts and is focused on closing equity gaps while maintaining academic rigor. Educational gaps exist within the district, and there is a strong desire from the community that this be addressed. Northampton also prides itself in academic excellence with the realm of student choice, allowing students the freedom to direct their own path of learning. As the school system grows more diverse in the student body, it must pivot to address the disparities found within the changing demographics of learners. A balance must be met in which resources are applied equitably to ensure all children reach their potential. So a little bit about my core value system, and these are my beliefs, not the district's beliefs, but in terms of my core values, there's 3 areas that I always think about, and one is being, of course, students first, and then teachers and the curriculum. And so with students, I got you, Mayor. With students, I believe and am committed to ensuring that each and every child has equal access to opportunities and receives what they need to be successful. It is an inherent right that every child be given an opportunity to learn. And with a diverse student body, students have the privilege of gaining more understanding about people and backgrounds from all over. This contributes to diversity of thought and perspectives that make learning more engaging and dynamic. For teachers, I believe teachers bring the skill set to the instruction. They create the environment that is conducive for learning in their classroom. They manage the routines and practices and are the ones who determine the level of rigor within the content. Teachers are the ones who control the climate of the classroom environment, determining whether it is welcoming and inclusive, in which differences are celebrated. And then lastly, I believe that curriculum is the roadmap or the tool that drives what teachers do. It is what is taught and can vary based upon the teacher's responsiveness to their students' needs, their culture, and their abilities. So curriculum is, and the resources and materials must be representative and inclusive and relatable to the student body that's being served. And so the last part of the entry plan, you will see a timeline and examples of specific actions in which I will be involved in and actually carrying out during my next 10 months in the district. And again, I ask you to really review this tool because this is really guiding my thinking, my thought process, my fact gathering, and it will help me in terms of the goal setting and projecting, or what is it, future casting in terms of where we're going as a district. So you can look at that, and then the last page of the document, you will see that there's a list of groups that I will be meeting with or I have already met with. And then there are a listing of documents and protocols to review while I am in district. And so that's where I'm going to end with the entry plan. Before I go to mentioning about the bullying and the update of the backlog minutes, are there any questions on the entry plan? And please, I do ask for your input. If you have comments or thoughts, or Portia, have you thought of this, please send me an email or call me.
I just want to thank you for this. It's very clear, and it's a helpful guide for us as well to find out the ways that we can support you. And I look forward to our retreat because of how you've set the stage for this. So thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments on this plan? Okay, I don't see any.
Okay, all right. Okay, I wanted to update the members as well as the community in terms of the concerns that were brought to us the last school committee meeting, where we had two of our parents, our caregivers, to bring their concerns and their thoughts on our current bullying policy and implementation plan. So being new to the district, I actually inherited the implementation plan that was actually in the process of being renewed by the interim superintendent. And so I had a document, but I don't know if the document was vetted. And so, so first steps, I took the document and I had a conversation. Well, actually, I didn't really have a conversation. I sent it to Layla and said, Layla, help. So our attorney had the opportunity to take a look at that. And I'm glad because she shared with me to say, Portia, look at the bullying policy, look at the anti-discrimination policy, and then look at the code of conduct. So those are documents in which everything in terms of the language should be clear and be consistent. So we are working on doing that. So so within the last few days, I have been able, that document is updated, and I shared it with the ALT team during our meeting this week. So they're reviewing it, and they're making comments and suggestions. They have until tomorrow. But the goal is that we are going to have all stakeholder groups to have an opportunity to review the plan, to get comments on the plan. So how we're going to do that is that we're going to take the document, and it's going to be attached in our district monthly newsletter. We're also going to put it on our website. I know the website needs some work, but we're going to put it on the website. So there's different avenues or venues where our stakeholders can see the actual plan. And then also Bill Worley, the principal at the high school, he has his student union group. He is going to have them also review the guide. I'm actually giving 15 days for our stakeholders to make comments. We are sending copies to Chief Casper and Corey, Sergeant, our liaison, what was it? Corey Robinson. Corey Robinson. I'm still learning the names. And so they're going to review it. And then the staff. So the staff is also going to have a chance to review it, as well as NACE as their own body. But at least the staff will all have input. So that's the goal there. The next step is to bring it to Holly's, the subcommittee for rules and policy, which, if the timing is right, they will also have an opportunity to weigh in on that, and I can also share some of the feedback that we're getting. And from there, I'm hoping then Holly's subcommittee will then bring it to the full school committee for their vetting or their final approval. And so there are, we're excited that we're doing this, but it is a needed tool. So in the meanwhile, while we are doing all of this, we are still utilizing what has been in place. We do have protocols to investigate bullying concerns, and we want to make sure that parents know that they can submit reports to their administrators, and or they can call in and so on. And that I've been working with the principals in terms of our steps and our procedures and protocols and how we respond to our families, and it should be done in a timely manner. So that's one of the areas in which we are working on. Again, also some of the other parent groups, just in case too, is our CPAC and our LPAC and our PTAs.
Okay, Member Levy?
Thanks. Yeah, I know you've got more to report, so is this okay?
That's fine.
Thank you. Thank you for such a comprehensive, inclusive process for reviewing the policy. I really appreciate it. I'm excited to hear so many stakeholders are involved. I agree this is a very, very necessary step. I also imagine you will agree that it's not a sufficient step. There's a lot more we need to be doing as well. And so while we absolutely want our families, our caregivers to know the steps to be able to report instances of bullying, and we want there to be clear and consistent protocols in place, so thank you for that. I'm curious, and I also know that you may not know the answer to this yet, and that's okay, but I would love to know, if not now, at a future meeting, what the steps are that are in place that are taking a proactive approach to bullying, so that our students are really thinking about what it is to be an intentional part of an inclusive community and what their role is as an active member of that community.
Excellent. So Dina, we being the alt team have already started that conversation. There are things that are already in place in our various schools that are addressing some of that, to be proactive, to create a climate and a culture that values all the children who are there. And so for the elementaries, the principal shared with me that they have Second Step, and specifically Second Step, the anti-bullying curriculum. That's one piece. There are 2 elementary schools that are doing responsive classroom, which is an overall view of setting a positive climate in your classroom, but it also affects the academics and the rigor of the academics. For the middle school, I believe this is year 2 for their implementation of a program called Ruler, which is through Yale's Child Study program, and that is something that they're implementing in their schools, and I could probably share a little bit more about that next time when we come together. And then the high school, and we know the high school is different, but they have their flex block schedule, and I know that Bill Worley is working on really strategically putting lessons that are appropriate for that level. But we talked and we just started the surface of these conversations. So, I said to Bill, I said, well, there's one component that we have actually at all schools, is the fact that we have our crisis team, but we also have our social workers and so on. So there's that piece there that can run restorative circles and all those kinds of things. And we still are working with, don't ask me, I think it's Collaborative, who is doing some work with us in terms of restorative practices. So there is much work that's going on in the district. So now for me is to put it all together and show the administrators that there is a connection to the work that we're doing, but also share that with our caregivers, to let them know that this is what's in your building and the purpose of this. So we've got some work to do, but we'll share it piece by piece. So that's another piece to the plan. And then also just resources for families too.
Thank you. And it's helpful to hear the new things that are happening, because I think in talking about what is currently in place or what has already been in place, we have parents up here and caregivers up here telling us that they're not sufficient. So I'm happy to hear there's more that's being done and more to come as well.
Member Miller,
Yes, I'm so sorry.
go ahead.
Okay. 2 things. One was that I had a thought just that in terms of caretakers, that I'm assuming it will be put on Parent Square. So that's good. I actually have quite a lot of experience with bullying type of situations and the impact and the traumatic impact on kids. And I'm assuming the adjustment counselors at every level will be involved because they're very good. But I also wonder if it includes things like safety plans specific to individuals.
So yes, you will find that in there. So that was actually in our old plan. We haven't changed from that. And so, yes, that's a part of it as well.
Member Stein and then.
I'm really grateful that you jumped into this so quick as a priority and a focus area for the district and laid out a really comprehensive plan on how to move us forward. I had just a few, you touched on some of the things I was going to say, so I'll just briefly reiterate them. But I wanted to say, as a parent who's had to go through the policies on this, like you said, like the actual bullying policy, the anti-discrimination policy, and the code of conduct, not only don't have the same language, but often it's unclear what the remedies are. And there also seems to be a real burden put on administrators with wide discretion. So as a caregiver, when you read it, you don't actually know what any sort of steps are. Like, so if there is a substantiated claim of bullying, then what happens, right? And if there's a safety plan, then what happens? And like, what happens as these things progress, and what your remedies are. So it's very opaque, and I think both parents and staff and administrators don't really know what to do when faced with difficult situations. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then we've talked a lot about restorative justice for a few years. We've appropriated money. We haven't spent it. We've done all this sort of stuff. But I would really, and you've mentioned this, I'd really like to see how those practices and those ideas would be infused into the next generation of our bullying policy and our practices. And I'm really excited that you're looking at the current intervention strategies for curriculum, like what is working and what is not working. Is it actually a good curriculum, but we're falling down in these other areas, or is the curriculum, how do we support it better? Like, what do we need to do? And I'm just really happy that you're all looking at it. I'm really supportive of it and really grateful. And the last thing I just want to mention that stuck with me, and I hadn't considered because I have elementary kids who aren't on social media or phones, but one of the parents that spoke that you're responding to specifically brought up like issues of cyberbullying. And I'm assuming like those elements are part of whatever draft plan you.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. See, I'm taking notes too. Okay.
Are you ready to move on?
Yes.
I was with Member Robinson. Can I go to you?
Oh,
Member
yes.
Davis?
Go ahead, Aileen, that's fine. Go ahead, Aileen.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see your hand up, I'm sorry. I just was wondering, I think I heard, for elementary, I think you said one school uses second step and the others don't because they have a responsive class. I was just wondering that consistency among schools might really help with communication between the administrators and.
So absolutely, and I saw Gwen shaking her head. So they all use the second step.
Oh, okay.
That is definitely consistent.
Okay. I thought it was like some.
No, it's not hodgepodge.
Okay.
So, but Ruler is unique to the middle school.
Right.
And that's a unique program.
Thank you.
I want to say thank you so much. I think it takes a lot for constituents to come and comment about something that's really bothering them and make their voices heard for the school committee, and tremendous impact of knowing that you have immediately followed up on what you heard is a wonderful and powerful first step for us, and I'm incredibly appreciative of it. I remember seeing this plan as a draft, and I don't think we ever really saw it. I saw it in the G drive, and I thought, I had a lot of opinions about it, but from where it started, the early draft that came from March, and I don't know where it was generated from or what it was addressing, and I was waiting for it to come back to us at some point, so I'm very glad to hear that it's back in the process again before being presented in that format. It sounds like a lot of the conversations you're going to be doing also, as you talked before about the culture and the climate that produces good citizens, people who care about each other, and that's something that gets scaffolded as kids grow in our community. These are the expectations that we expect of human beings in our community, and this is how we care for each other is another really powerful concept and curricular in many ways, which I'm guessing will come back to us possibly for thinking about funding for time for teachers to work on this and possible outside resources to be able to benefit their being able to talk and work on it. So being kept aware of that will be terrific. And then finally, of course, that big question, which is, if it works, so how are we going to know it's working, and what will our schools look like? If they're, what's the goal that we're going towards? Is it this rosy, perfect, gorgeous thing, or are we going to be, you said you're going to be looking at the data for what gets reported, what gets followed through, and one of the things we have heard from constituents is a lot of falling through the cracks. So people who feel as though they have brought a concern to an official of some kind, whether it's a teacher or another representative of the school, and felt like they didn't get anywhere with that. I'm a little worried about how we will know that those voices are still being heard, and that we're keeping some kind of a record of that, and we maybe at the end will be looking at those numbers and that data, but also that other big picture. So what do those schools look like when they're working as caring and nurturing places? But thank you so much for starting this. It sounds like a wonderful process. Feel free to bring it to the Curriculum, Climate, and Culture Committee too. We'd love to look at it. Yeah.
Member Anna?
Having been at the first training for Second Step, which was, I don't even know when it was, 15 years ago maybe, I think we all talked about how important it was to have continuous, like vaccinations, I guess, because one little shot isn't going to do the job. And I'm just really, I know the burden that's on teachers about this, and not that they reject it or think it's not part of their job, but there's so many parts of their job that I think I'd just like to say to the teachers and also the principals, I know how hard it is to find places for this. And I think as educators, we can make climate and culture a part of everything, every part of the teaching, so that it doesn't have to be, okay, now we're going to talk about this and it's a separate subject. But I think that it needs to have some renewal for all those people who've come in the district since it was first inoculated, and that I know the responsive classroom schools, and that is also an incredible intervention as far as building culture in classrooms, and just acknowledge the fact that the pressure on teachers right now for everything that they're doing is pretty tremendous. So if there's any way that we can help, either in the budget process to put aside time for teachers to meet, I know that that's really a big one. And support them in all that they're trying to do to build that kind of culture in their classrooms. Thank you.
Anyone who hasn't spoken yet? I don't think so. Okay, I'm going to go to Member Miller and then Member Stein.
First of all, I just want to echo what Member Robbins said, which is I think it's terrific that you are responding so fast after some parents got up and spoke. I think that shows responsiveness that is really important. And following that idea, from my work experience, frankly, I think what's really important for caretakers, sometimes even when a school can do nothing to stop something that they can't see, and that's in terms of the burden on teachers, it's a lot of stuff happens that is out of sight.
This is true.
It is not seen by anyone, and that's part of the problem. But I do think it helps caretakers a lot when an administrator, a principal in a school or whatever says, this is what we know and this is what we're doing and this is what we can't do and we're really sorry we can't do anything about this, but this is what we are doing. And I think caretakers really appreciate that, because often they feel like they're not getting any answer at all. And they tell the story and nothing happens. But I know nothing. I know something's happening, but the parent doesn't know that. So I think that's extremely helpful to parents, is to know or caretakers to know, this is what we are doing, this is what we can't do, blah, 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 that kind of thing. So.
Yeah, I just had two things. One follows up on what Member Miller was saying. I think, in at least my experience, I think sometimes staff understand there are privacy rights involved and don't know how to respond, so don't say anything, which feeds that sort of thing. So again, training or sort of discussion about, well, what is this actual obligation and how do you navigate it? A related thing is I often, at least in my experience, have seen, we have students with, we have had this big push for more inclusion, less out-of-district placements. We have many IEPs. We have students with all sorts of accommodations. And in a world of many accommodations and rights, there seems to be competing things that in a situation like this, you don't know how to manage. And it's not clear how to manage. Like, well, how do I hold X accountable if it also says I need to do this? And how do I practically do it? And how do I, professionally do it? And I think that's a really difficult situation for administrators and teachers. And I think they need help on how to balance those things or manage those difficult situations. And the last question I had was really for Member Robbins to see if the previous plan had been referred to the Budget and Property Committee.
I don't think it was ever completed. It was just on the G drive, and it was a document that said it was a draft. And I just happened to be looking at the G drive about bullying, and it came up, so, yeah.
Well, I would make a motion to refer the policy that comes out of the process that Superintendent Bonner described to the Budget and Property Subcommittee, so we don't have to go through that process again later. We could just go right there whenever it's done. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
rules and policy, my apologies, thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Don't do it to us. Yeah.
Sorry. My apologies, yes, rules and policy.
Member Stein, it'll probably be going to Rules and Policy on Friday. I just wanted to give the alt team an opportunity to really have their feedback before I send it to you. Because there's some things that they may know that I don't know that I should include.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, like, as I understood it, do we have to refer things to the subcommittees, or do certain things just automatically go there? We seem to do it both ways. I was just trying to say if we referred it, then there's not even like a process question. Like, do we refer, like, we usually vote to say we want you guys to do this. But is that only on special things or everything? I don't know.
I'm gonna see if
Emily.
Member
Maybe Emily
Gazy
can
or
tell us.
Emily has an answer to that. It might be if it's in front of us, then we have to refer it for it to go somewhere. If it's not actually in front of us,
Could just go.
yeah, let's see what Member Gazy has to say.
Sarah Cox.
Well, Member Gazy has her hand up. Yeah. Maybe she can't unmute though.
Here she is.
Unmute.
Oh.
She can't unmute.
Okay, now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, we have a number of those policies already referred that we have been working on, ACAC, ACR, and part of our charge is to make all that bullying intervention plan correspond with all of the code of conduct, with ACR, with all the different areas where it also connects. So I'm not sure if we need to refer that policy because I think it's already been a part of our discussions.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Okay? Okay, great, thank you. Any further discussion on this? Thank you so much, Dr. Bonner.
This is really last thing. I will never be this long again.
Wow.
until evaluation time. Okay. Okay, so this is in response to the request on last school committee meeting when we were talking about our minutes and how to expedite really addressing the backlog. And Member Stein has suggested that we take a look at the AI. And so there is a chart in your packet I won't share the screen again. So there's a chart in your packet that lists some types of software programs or transcription programs that we could potentially take a look at. And first of all, the mayor has already tipped us off on the Otter AI, and that one happens to be free, by the way. Yes. And then Member Stein has worked with the GNOME board, and so you could speak to that. But there's just a couple of things. Regardless of whether we use AI or not, there's still some human element that's required in taking a look at what's been transcribed for accuracy. You know, the software programs are relatively or fairly still being developed, so the recognition sometimes might be off. If the volume's not loud enough, it may miss a word or misinterpretation of the pronunciation of the words. You know, and the duration of the meetings. So it all depends upon our usage. So there will still be that human element that would have to go through and edit and make sure that there's still accuracy. But who knows, down the road we might do a combination of the two, where you do have using AI that's doing that transcription reporting, and then you have the clerk of the school committee to then edit and put those final touches in there with the roll call votes and so on. So just to give you a quick update, you know, working with Annie during the course of the last 2.5 months, is that, you know, we tried to chunk the number. There's numerous, voluminous, is that the word that we should use, in terms of the number of minutes that have been backlogged. And so one thing that I have really kind of asked Annie is that we at least stay current. So you'll see that she made every effort to get the last meeting's minutes ready, you know, the regular meeting as well as the executive. And so I'm going to encourage her to continue to do that. And she has 2 assistants, and I spoke with Bobby today that we could probably keep until maybe the end of October. We're looking at the count. We just have to watch the hours. So, and so.
They're almost done with everything that they're supposed to do. There is still a little bit of work to do, and I can definitely use that.
Okay, so we are making every effort to really make this go away, because it is a weight on you all. It changes the dynamics in the office because this is something that is pulling us away. It's a distractor from the work that needs to be done in real time. But I did wanted to let you know. And then my mentor, my coach, suggested that instead of me actually taking a look at all these software components, is to involve CES in terms of maybe they could give us a recommendation in terms of where we should go. All right, so I am finished, Mary.
Great recommendation. Thank you. I see Member Seraphy Cox and then Member Stein. I don't know if you have anything to add. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, just a quick thing about otter.ai is that I believe that it's free for a certain number of transcriptions, but after that number, then you have to pay. So you might just want to double check that.
Thanks. Always a catch.
Otherwise, great.
Can you ask about the question about the referral to whether we have to do that from here or not for rules and policy?
Did you hear that question from before, Member Seraphy Cox, about referring if something's not before us, and it's just going to go to a subcommittee, does it have to be referred there by us?
If it's not before us as a whole body and needs to be referred to rules and policy, does it need to be referred?
Right. So, for example, since the bullying policy wasn't before us, it was just being talked about, and Dr. Bonner said it would be going to rules and policy, or she was going to send it there. Would we need to refer it there, or could she just deliver it there without us assisting?
Oh yeah, because it's the plan. It's not a policy.
Okay.
So
Well, there's two. There is There's two documents. There is the bullying policy, and then there's the
Yes.
plan. So both of them have been updated.
Yes, and the bullying policy was something that the Rules and Policy Subcommittee was working on either earlier this year or last year. So it had already been referred to us. which
Yes,
I
it
think
ended up
maybe
not
is
being
what-
That's what
a good
Member
example of the
Casey said.
question, because
Got
it's
it.
already there. But it was more, what, would we if that was not the case, would we have to refer it, or could Dr. Bonner just deliver it there without a referral from the full committee to the subcommittee? I meant slightly.
I think, yes. I think that this is more of a practice, I think that it's more of the practice of our own. It might say something in the rules of procedure about that, but it's not like it's in Robert's rules, or, if the full committee doesn't have to refer every issue that the subcommittee works on, like the other subcommittees. So we can look further into that in the rules of procedure, but I think that it's just been a practice in the past instead of like something that's more codified.
Okay, great, thank you. Member Stein.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so I wanted to thank Al and the folks at NOM for trying to see what it would look like with their software for transcription. And because they record all our meetings, and essentially the reason I was interested in it was, we have so many voluminous meetings to deal with that, and we're all killing ourselves reviewing minutes, and we can't do it fast enough, and it's a slow process. Would it be easier to just have it transcribed, and then that's the way to deal with it? And they can transcribe like an hour of it in 12 minutes on the system that they have. And there's different formats. The problem is when you look at it, you can train it to recognize voices and stuff, but there would be so much editing that would need to be done on so many pages that it doesn't really save enough time to justify it as a solution and move us forward. Doesn't mean we couldn't use that type of stuff for something else, but I don't know that it's going to help us in this situation like I was hoping it would. So that was deflating. So yeah, we could try to see if we could train it, but I still think there would be so much labor involved that we wouldn't end up saving time. It might create more work. So it just seemed like an unfortunate result. But yeah, the other thing I was going to say was I don't know how much longer we can keep doing the interview as a body. It's just taking us away from other work. It's a lot to ask each of you to listen to a 5-hour meeting and to make a bunch of corrections. And I don't know what to do. Last time we had tasked Dr. Bonner with coming up with a plan, hoping maybe at the next meeting we can have a plan. What I'm worried about is we only have the temps through October, and even the minutes we're getting that they worked on that we reviewed at the last meeting were highly insufficient. So I would love to see like how many meetings have we still not approved, how many haven't been created. When we looked at it before we started in July, it was like 270, 290 meetings. And I just don't see how we're going to get it done, and I'm worried about it. So I want like a real plan that doesn't involve us having to do that, which is going to take us years to get it done, yeah.
Wow. So it took you years to create the mess, as we say, the backlog, and it's not just this body. It was other school committee, we're looking at minutes all the way back to 2018. And then you must remember that there was a pandemic period, so there was numerous meetings during that time. But you asked for a plan, so the plan is already in place. We've chunked the number of meetings and we've divvied them up in terms of the 3 individuals who are working on those minutes. So it's really, it's gonna require time. It took a long time to create the problem, so you need to allow time to, to address the problem. And you know, if you look at the number of minutes that you've been approving, and I've only been with, this is my second meeting with you, so there's been a large chunk of minutes. But when you say that number, 270 meetings, and majority of them being 5 to 6 hours long, it's a lot of work. So I will ask this, because in Robert's Rules of Order, as well as the open meeting laws, and in terms of how you're reporting, the types of minutes that you're getting are like word for word transcripts. So I think what now is that you need to allow there to be summaries. You know, the most important part is the actual vote, what you voted for, the vote, and the consensus of that vote. So if you would allow for the remainder of the minutes that are coming forth to be more summary as opposed to be literal transcripts of these meetings, it may expedite some of that, but it's still going to take some time.
But you know, respectfully, the reason we voted last session to ask for a plan was because the current plan's not working. And we don't have word for word. Like if we look at the transcription, it's 45 pages. Longest meeting notes we probably have are 18. They are summaries. There is a question of like what's an adequate summary and what's a good summary, and that's worth talking about. But the issues we're having are far more basic. Are items being left off? Are votes not taken correctly? Are motions missed? And the ones we have gotten through since you've been here, a number of those have been worked on successive times over a number of months. And the plan we're on now is in its 9th month. And at that pace, based on the volume, we will not get anywhere. So it's not working, which is why we said we need a new plan to get this done. Because yes, it could take a long time, but the Attorney General is not saying you have all the time in the world. We're so sorry it took you so long. It's get it done, and you were supposed to get it done by these dates. And every plan that has been put in place and every resource that has been spent on this hasn't moved the needle and hasn't moved it fast enough. So that's why we voted to ask for a new plan. And yeah.
So I don't think that, I don't think that we feel like there needs to be a transcript or that they need to be as long. What we know is that they need to be sufficient according to what the AG's decision was. And so there are certain things that have been corrected to make sure that we're in compliance, and then there are some other things that involve having a sort of a fuller summary than what had been done before. But I'm sure that, some of these minutes are very, very detailed. Some of them aren't. They're kind of all over the map a little bit. But what we know is that they have to be sufficient and that they need to capture what was said by the members and by anyone presenting in a way that they hadn't been. Member Robbins.
I appreciate the dilemma because we still haven't figured out a way to do this, and it's gonna, you're right, whatever it is we do is gonna take time. It's gonna take some ingenuity. It certainly sounds like using some sort of AI format might be really helpful, but I actually have, I found it tremendously time consuming to sit down and having to do this and sit through our meetings, but it was really educational. I wish we had had that information to look at as members of this committee in an informative way. So if it had been a very spare summary of what happened and what the vote was at the meetings, it wouldn't have helped me know what the dilemma was for those people who were having that conversation at that time. And it was incredibly informative, and I enjoyed that. I would love to have had those minutes to look at over the last 2 years. So there's some kind of a fine line between when I think it's okay to have a quick summary. We took a vote, on these items here, but stuff that has a history and might be more controversial, it's terrific to be able to see that written down on a piece of paper and know what the dilemma was. I know I've made phone calls to previous school committee members to say, hey, when that came up for you, what was that like? And they can't remember, and they don't have any minutes to look at. So maybe there's some way to be able to say, there's a format for saying what needs to just be summarized to meet the AG's requirement, and what can we really look at that needs a little bit more in-depth conversation that is accurate as well. Because as Member Stein said, the ones that we've been looking at recently that have been redone twice are often not very accurate, sadly.
Okay, every minute creates more minutes, so any further discussion?
That was well said.
Okay.
T-shirt.
So, are you done with your?
I am finished, thank you.
Then let's move on to Bobby and the business administrator report, please.
Okay, so, should I share my screen, or first thing I'd like to do is the end of 2023 report?
Sure, if that's easy for you.
Well, I'm not sure it will be, but I'll give it a college try.
Can we assist you in some way?
Let me check it out, and
Okay.
we'll see. Let's see. Ooh, look at me. Now if I can rotate it. Any suggestions?
I'm not
You might have to open it with Google there
Yeah,
to be able to do that, Bobby, but I don't know if that will mess up the format or not. Sometimes that happens. So do you know how to do that?
No.
If you go, click right in there. Okay, so right above the document, it says open with. Nope, right in the middle of the,
Sorry.
Okay, so right in the middle, go into the document,
Up top,
up top,
where it says
Yeah.
open with.
open with. So if you put your, go to put your cursor on the document,
All right, on the document.
and then right above in the middle, it says open with. There's a,
Okay.
yeah, click on
Yep.
that. And if you choose Google Docs, I hope it doesn't mess up the format. But you'll probably be able to rotate a little once it loads up.
Okay.
Bobby, this is Kaya. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I already downloaded that document and rotated all of the pages and saved it, and I just emailed it to you. So if this isn't working, or if you'd like an alternative, you might be able to check your email for an email from me that has this document with the correct orientation.
Member Goldman, maybe you could share your screen with those documents.
Interesting. Okay. I'm working on two computers, so I'll just move the document over. I'll be right with you.
All right, you can do that. Thank you.
And Bobby, you should stop sharing your screen so that Kaya can share her screen.
All right.
Member Goldman.
Stop share. Got it. Okay. In the meantime, I can say that the warrants are in your packet. Those have been previously approved by Member Agna. The personnel report is in your packet as well. My report is in the packet and basically just says that we will share the 23 appropriation budget end of year. Included in the packet is the 24 first report for the fiscal 24, and I'll do an in-depth look at that at the October meeting. And then just that Dr. Bonner and myself have already started talking about the budget process and what we're going to do with that.
Any of these other topics you can cover, Bobby?
If we want to let Estelle go, she could do her presentation.
That would be great.
You want to do that?
Sure, let's do that. Hi, Miss Dell. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks so much for having me. I'm going to also attempt to share my screen, and this will be a first for me. So 1 second here.
Dr. Bonner's ready, Miss Dell, to share it if you'd like.
I can share. I have your slide presentation, unless you've changed it.
I did not change it, no. You can go ahead. So I had emailed it as a PDF earlier, though, so I'm not sure that it would be the same slide presentation, but we can go from there. Oh, yeah.
You see it?
Yep.
Hold on, I'm just going to make it a little larger.
Thanks.
Okay. It's not as pretty, but it's there.
That's okay. It gets the point across. Well, there will be some fine print, but that is okay. We can talk about it. So thanks so much for having me. I thought I'd share a little bit about our program and highlight our Fresh Campton Farm to School programming, and briefly just talk about some of the nutritional standards for school meals. On this first page here, actually, it's very exciting. We have strawberries there. We just served this past week from Sunderland, which is pretty exciting to have local strawberries in September. They have a really unique variety of strawberries that fruit until frost. And the top right is actually an example of a lunch at JFK. So on the next slide, I just kind of was briefly touching on what we've been up to. So we have been working hard to enhance student participation, student choice, and voice by increasing access to healthy foods. We have successfully been increasing our participation in both our breakfast and our lunch programs. Breakfast participation has doubled since 2018, and now about 48%, so nearly half of Northampton students enjoy lunch at school, and that has gone up from 33% since 2018. We have been collaborating with community partners and farms to increase access for our school programs, as well as increasing access to nutritious foods outside of the school day. So I'm excited to talk more about that in the next slide. We consistently offer taste tests in our elementary schools that align with the Massachusetts Farm to School Harvest of the Month program. And we recently received some grant awards to promote and work on our Farm to School programming. So one of our community collaborations is what we're referring to as our WINS program. It is Weekend Nutrition for Northampton students. It's a pilot program that's starting at Bridge Street School, and it's starting actually tomorrow, where families can be provided on Friday afternoon 2 breakfasts, 2 lunches, and 2 snacks for the weekend meals, or an equivalent in a grocery gift card. It's pretty exciting pilot, and we're hoping to be able to expand that in the coming years to the other schools. And on to the next slide, I would just briefly kind of talk about our recent grant funding. So in the spring of this past spring, we received $47,000 from the Department of Education in a Mass Fresh grant. And then over the summer, we learned that we were receiving the USDA Farm to School Implementation Grant. Both of these grants will be supporting our existing strengths in our farm to school programming, specifically school garden programs, our local procurement, and building more community partnerships. And more excitingly, launching our Fresh Kids program, which is going to be an elementary classroom education program to teach students where their food comes from, to help them make more informed food choices and have a positive impact on their health. And this will be done through School Sprouts, who also works with our school garden programs. More specifically, on a building-specific level, in the elementary schools through this grant funding, all elementary students will have access to field trips to community gardens with an educational component through Grow Food Northampton. In the middle school, we're working on a program called Club Food Fight, and it'll be an after-school program to learn about food systems, and the students' impact on those food systems and how they can help improve them. And at the high school, we'll have opportunities for internships that will be land-based agricultural and food justice learning opportunities, again, supported through Grow Food Northampton. This funding is also going to be used to continue to increase access to local foods in our school meal program and also help promote awareness of our Fresh Hampton Farm to School programming. And we're really excited to have yet another annual Farm to School Summit this upcoming spring. We did this back in 2019 to kind of just show the work that we have been doing in the beginning of our Farm to School programming, as well as, you know, school nutrition information. Thanks. So this slide just shows how we've been gradually increasing our fresh food being local. So back in 2018, 0.4% of our fresh food was local. This past school year, 25% of our fresh food was local, and our lofty goal for this upcoming school year is for about 40% of our fresh food in our school programs to be local. I didn't want to end today without kind of touching on, and this is where the very small print comes in, so I do apologize, touching on the USDA nutrition standards. It's important that families and community understands that we do have to follow the USDA meal patterns, but also more important for everyone to understand that we are compliant with school meal patterns and we exceed their nutritional standards. And so these are just the examples of what they do require for school meals, down to the specific colors of the vegetables that need to be served every week, calories, fat, sodium, and so forth. Even more specifically on the next slide, if we were to break down, and then speaking of exceeding standards, if we were to break down the average nutritional nutrition of a 5-day lunch menu on the elementary level, they average about 550 calories, which is within range, 900 milligrams of sodium, which is below standard. And while it's not actually being monitored or regulated yet, we are keeping our eye on the added sugars in our school meals. And we have found that about 10% of calories is from added sugars in our school lunches in the elementary level. And we look at the high school, and we also look at the standards for breakfast as well. This is just a lunch example. They are looking to change these proposed standards, and by fall of 2027, the proposed standard for added sugar in school meals will be less than 10% of calories. So it is exciting to know that we're already kind of ahead of the game, and we're on top of that. Again, small pictures, but I just wanted to share some examples of our school meals. In the bottom right corner is a barbecue chicken flatbread, a little leaf salad, because we source little leaf for all of our salads and all of our meals in all of our schools. The top right is a yogurt and granola parfait. Our granola is from Jeff's Granola in Longmeadow. And the top, it seems very small, but it's a very large baked potato. The potato is from Hadley. It's a house-made chili made with meatless crumbles from deeply rooted farms and beans. On the left is a hummus and veggie wrap, and in the middle is the banh mi that we serve in our high school. And in line with the taste test, the pictures there is our harvest of the month. I think it was February, I could be wrong, was winter squash, and so that's an example of our taste testing during lunch at Leeds. We do this at all the elementary schools. They got to taste the difference between Bora Bora squash and butternut squash and tell us what they thought. And it's just fun and interactive in getting the children to try new foods that they may not have tried before. And I wanted to end with saying that I use the word we a lot, and in we, I'm really meaning all of the fabulous school nutrition staff across all 6 of our schools, as well as our farm to school coordinator, Brian Jersky, who's been absolutely instrumental in expanding a lot of our programs and obtaining these grants that we have now. So, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this great presentation and for all that you and your team does. Everything looks absolutely delicious. I was able to be at the kickoff for the weekend food program yesterday, which is being funded by SEED, or the pilot's being funded by an ARPA community grant from the city. And so I got to go to that kickoff, and it was just really a beautiful group of people who are working really hard to start that program, and hopefully we'll be able to expand it. So I'm so grateful for all the volunteers who are part of it. And if anyone wants to volunteer, I know that they're looking for volunteers for that program. So thank you so much. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, and feel free to reach out to me if you're interested in volunteering, and I can definitely connect with those folks.
Thanks. Member Levy.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for all of the work you're doing. I know you care deeply about healthy food. I do too, and I wonder if you can help us understand. I appreciate the goals and the lofty goals you have of ensuring the fresh fruit and veggies, the certain percentage of fresh fruit and veggies that will come from local farms. I wonder if you know, and it's okay if you don't know, but if you have a sense of the percentage of fruits and vegetables that our kids are served that are fresh.
We try to make sure that half the tray. So if you saw on those photos, we try to make sure, so when we're offering fruits and vegetables, we make sure at least half that offering is fresh. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thanks. I'm curious, just given the percentage of calories that come from sugar, if there's work that's being done to lower the sugar and lower the carbs, especially when we look at the breakfasts that students are getting, knowing that our students who are relying on breakfasts at school really need that energy to take them through the day. What are we doing to ensure that those meals especially, but all of our meals, have fresh fruits and are low sugar and low carbs so that they've got the energy they need?
Well, we do offer fresh fruit every morning. And then we are also, it's challenging because part of the required components, which is in the slideshow, is a certain amount of grains at breakfast. So we have a minimum portion that we do have to serve. So as nutrition professionals, we're constantly looking at labels, talking with industry, and trying to make better choices, as well as looking at labor time and what would be good choices for our staff to be able to prepare in time that would be a healthy option for our students. And continuously monitoring labels. My personal goal is to just do a little bit better than what they're asking, like I had mentioned with the added sugars. So knowing that we have 3, or 4 years before you have to reach those goals, I want to be there now. And so I'm happy to say that we are. Does that answer your question?
It does. I guess I'm just looking at the experiences of my kids in the food programs and some of the things that I was really sad to hear that they were eating at school. My kids love vegetables, and on pizza day was, it was reported that they got 1 piece of broccoli on their tray. And I just would love to have more fresh fruits and more fresh vegetables. I would also, I'm just thinking about doing better than what the standards are. My understanding is that the government it's the standard that chocolate milk be served at schools for lunch. I don't know if that comes from anybody other than us, but I would love to see chocolate milk out of our cafeterias. I know a lot of kids who would drink milk even if it weren't chocolate and who don't need the milk and really don't need that added sugar.
No, so chocolate milk isn't a required, but it is required. We offer 2 different types of milk. And so that's kind of where the conundrum lies in that. And then as far as the broccoli goes, I want to rewind because that's a sad thought to think that there was only 1 piece. The minimum portion is actually a half a cup of any vegetable that is served. And so whether that be a half a cup of fresh carrots or a half a cup of cooked broccoli, so that, I apologize, was a mishap that had happened on your student's tray.
Maybe the 2 types of milk we serve could be 2% and whole milk as opposed to white milk and chocolate milk.
It has to be fat-free or 1%. Oh, yeah. And that is, again, the USDA standard.
Great. So fat-free and 1% could be our 2 choices.
It can be the choices when available, yeah.
So, Member Goldman.
Thank you. I have had the great fortune of working with Ms. Dell and Brian and the full and remarkable team taking care of our children's nutrition needs and feeding our community. And I just was so blown away by the work you did during the pandemic to support our community, really making something possible that seemed out of reach. And I'm just so impressed with the way you and the team have moved forward into this post-pandemic phase of really holding those standards and making so much happen. It's really remarkable. I've had a chance to sort of see it in the meetings, and I just know that it is a tremendous amount of work, and that you're connecting with so many different aspects of it and with different organizations in the community, and so many rock stars. It's really amazing to get to be a part of that, and to see that work happening. And I also just want to congratulate you on the grants, and not only dreaming big and setting lofty goals, but also pursuing them and taking action to meet those goals. It's been such a pleasure to watch unfold. And so thank you to you.
Well, thank
and
you.
Congratulations.
It's a village, and I'm grateful to be part of it, so thank you so much.
I'm just curious, Ms. Dell, if the relationship with Grow Foods also incorporates some of, I guess, what we're experiencing now with climate change and the flooding of the farms around us, and whether, I mean, I'm not putting that on you, but just wondering if it's an opportunity, an educational opportunity, a teachable moment for us to talk with the students about this disaster that we've just experienced this year, this summer.
Absolutely devastating. I was lucky to have the opportunity to be there at the farm just a few weeks ago and see the abundance of food, and realize that none of it was able to be consumed for different reasons, well, because of the flood. But the conversations that we were having was including that topic of conversation with these field trips and with these educational programming that we're incorporating into the elementary school and the high school. And even more so that they had discussed rearranging which classes would be coming for the field trips in the fall versus the spring to make a better impact on their ability to understand the flooding and the devastation.
Great. Well, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from Estelle? Yes, Member Miller.
I just want to say that I think it's amazing the work you're doing, and when I think back to when I was in school and it was, you know, just pizza and tater tots, I think you're really doing an excellent job of expanding the diet for all of the children and making available to them even some fresh fruits and vegetables. That's amazing to me. I think you're doing a great job.
Well, thank you. That's kind.
Any further comments from Estelle? No? Thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Bobby, I know that you're on deck. We're trying to figure out how to accommodate the request to do at least one item of executive session now. Would you mind holding off for a bit? Is that okay?
That's fine, yep.
Okay. So what we are going to do, which is not what we usually do, is we are going to, NAM is going to send us to recess on their end, and we are going to go into executive session. We're going to stay here in the room. We're going to close all the doors. NAM is going to go to another part of the building. We're going to put everyone who doesn't need to be in the executive session into a waiting room. And that way we can do this now without moving everyone over and then moving everyone back and then moving everyone over again, which will take a lot of time. Right. So we're going to give this a shot. But to go into executive session, we need a motion.
Looks like you're ready.
All right. Request to enter executive session pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigation position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Motion's been made and seconded, so we're gonna go into executive session, and we will then be coming back into open session. We will not be adjourning from executive session. So,
Member Seraphy Cox. Oh, she's putting it down.
I thank everyone for your patience while we do this, and for a few minutes as we figure out how to make this happen, but thank you, everyone. And again, we will be coming back, so if you want to be here for the rest of the meeting, then hold on, and we will come back as soon as we're out of executive session. Thank you. Okay.
Recording in progress.
All right, we are back. Thank you for anyone who waited. Sorry that took so long. So we're back in open session, and we are on the agenda. We're under new business under B, no, sorry, we're in reports and recommendations under B, and back to Bobby. You ready for us, Bobby? Oh, hold on, Bobby has to unmute. There we go.
Yeah. There. Okay. All right. Kaya, are you able to put that document up?
Yes.
I'll take some lessons.
Okay, I just want to make sure I had it. Screen share.
Let's see. We were just humming earlier. Such high hopes.
Interesting. So what do I want?
That's what the process is going to be for this. Is Bobby going to go through all this, or are we just going to ask some specific questions?
Portia, do you have the document? I also
Of the end of the year
I have
report?
it and as a PDF.
Oh, wait, I have it right here. Here we go.
Sorry. She sent, okay, if she sent it, I could pull it up.
Yeah.
Kaya,
Can you,
did she just send it?
I'm just wondering what an efficient way is.
I sent it to you a couple hours ago, but
Oh.
I mean, at this point.
probably down like
Let me see.
50 emails.
Okay.
Kaya, yeah, it is about 50.
I have it here.
I have it. I have it.
Bobby, do you think you can give us just like a top line overview?
Real quick.
I can be pretty fast and just kind of give you an overview of areas that were kind of large in their deficits.
Great, that's exactly the question I would have.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so if, I'll take it by the sections between the blue bars on the left. So we'll start with the school committee section. There is one large deficit of $10,594, and you'll all remember what that is, which is the MASC payment that we did, but bottom line is to the good of $1849. If you look down on the right-hand side, you'll see the bottom of that section is to the good. So
What was that? Oh, yeah, sorry. My brain just caught up to what that was.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next section would be the superintendent office expense, and you'll see several larger deficits. So the first one being the superintendent, and part of that was that they did do the NSIP program with Janelle. So that was a big piece of that, along with some crossing over, I think, of previous superintendents working with Janelle. The previous, I should say. Anyway, then the next, go ahead, sorry.
So Bobby, on that one, so it's 14,000 over for what? What was the 14,000 spent on?
So the superintendent's contract I negotiated larger than what was budgeted for, and along with the, they allowed the NSIP program for her too, which is quite a bit of money. But essentially, it's probably the contract was settled for more than what the previous superintendent had. Budgeted.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. The next one down is the superintendent office support, and that was the executive secretary to the superintendent was hired at a higher amount than what was budgeted for the previous person. in addition to the fact that the school committee clerk moved categories, which was approved by the school committee earlier. And then if you go down another line, you'll see the 17,454. That's in overtime or additional pay for the superintendent clerk additional. And that, as we know, is in regards to the additional time for minutes, as well as overtime due to lengthy meetings and whatnot, extending the workday. So that is that section, and those three items are the majority of what made up the deficit in that section of the 44,239.
And Bobby, for the 23,803 over, is that just a reflection of the change in salary?
That is, yes, yeah.
Thanks.
For two people though.
Right.
Okay. All right, and the next section is the district admin. You'll just see that's really a wash. That second line should have been paid out of the first line, but that section is to the good. Move on to page 2. The business and finance section. Look at the bottom. What I'll point you out to is look at the actual bottom. There you go. And that's kind of what I'm going to go through for the theme. So that was to the good. So there was no problems there.
About the legal one. Oh, I was just saying, we know about the legal one. We've talked about it before.
Oh yeah, yeah. Legal one we're good with. Everybody knows that. The next on 2, that one, if you go back to page 3, you'll see that's to the good. So there's no problems there.
Bobby, just one quick question on the legal one. That's just the fees to Layla, right? That doesn't include settlement money? Or is the settlement money in there too?
No, but there's only one settlement payment, and that is not in that fee.
Okay.
But that does include not only just Sullivan, Hayes, and Quinn, it's also
the investigator?
Yes,
Okay.
yep, yep.
And we're separating out the special ed legal costs from this?
That's correct. That's a separate line. You'll see that the next line down, that's the, comes out to 0. Right there, yeah. Whoever's doing the cursor is doing awesome. So, yep, so that's separate and that came out okay.
It was, but no.
That was Meg.
Okay, so I think now we're on to the curriculum expenditures, which came out good. There's no problems there. Moving on to department heads, no problems there. We'll go on to page 4, which is actually going to continue into page 5. And if you see at the bottom line, it's overspent by 6,000. But if you look at the 4th line down on the right, you'll see the 57,296. So what that is the hiring of a new principal for the high school. It's also paying the 2 people who supported his absence, or not his, but the previous person's absence. So that's a big part of that. Then we'll go on to page 6, which continues to page 7. Again, looking at the bottom line, you'll see that that came out good. Just, I would say that I just want you to pay attention to that line when you get to the subs, because you'll see that the subs is going to be way overspent, but in part because it was coverage for some of the absences that people were getting paid. But this line actually covers that. Then on to the medical therapeutic services, which goes from page 7 into page 8. And that is overspent by quite a bit, the 248. And what that entails is that there was some contract services that we had to pay for psych services when we didn't have a psychologist on hire. And if you look, when we get further down, you'll see that there's some monies left in the psychologist line. Not that much, but there is some. And then in addition to that, for the therapeutic services, just the needs of the students has changed immensely. So that's what that piece is. Then we get down to the substitute line, which is the 200,000. And again, if you look back to the teachers line, there's money left in that line, which some of these things are covering for those absences there.
And Bobby, can I just ask you one question on the medical therapeutic thing?
Yep.
If I understood it correctly, the way we changed having the internship program to do some of that work, those students that are the graduate students, right? And then is the other MOA about allowing school psychologists to perform at their discretion additional work, ways to curb that cost this year?
That is a piece of it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep. Okay, so now we're going to move to paraprofessionals and aides, which will continue from page 8 into page 9. And that again is a large thing. What that is a lot of it has to do with the fact that there were additional stipends that weren't budgeted for when the contract settled. It's all overtime for ESPs, overtime for anything that they do, but also additional work, and if they're in the building alone, on a regular school day without the administrative assistant with them. And then, I guess that's it, the subs, the ESP additional pay, and the stipends.
Bobby, can I
So
ask you to
that-
pause for a second? Do you want to do the honors since you're on your way out the door?
Motion to adjourn. I can move to extend
Oh,
Suspend.
indefinitely. Suspend.
Oh, look at her. She's
Sorry, what did I say?
Yes.
I'll move to
Second time.
suspend the rules indefinitely, because save us the vote.
Is there a second?
second.
Motion made by member Levy, seconded by member Agna. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
I guess so.
Member Gazy?
Yes?
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes, but only if Dina calls in from her car while she's driving home.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
No.
No. Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
And Member Agna?
Yes.
Okay, continue, Bobby, thank you.
Okay, so moving forward into the media center section, which is your librarian. If you go on to page 10, you'll see that's to the good. Then down into your tech integration specialist, that line is also to the good. Page 10 going into 11, which is the professional development, that ended up to the good. We'll skip the outside professional development of 35 cents overspent. Textbooks is good. Instructional materials continues on to page 12. That's all to the good. Instructional equipment, which is our copier lease, is to the good. And just to note, that is one of the sections that we did reduce with the budget costs due to a new contract with the copier people. The next, general supplies, is overspent by $6,262, which is really covered by monies that were left in instructional supplies, but we have to separate it out for end of year DESE reporting requirements. On page 12, from the other instructional into page 13. Looking at the bottom line, that turned out okay. Instructional hardware was okay. Other instructional hardware, again, that's a DESI reporting requirement, so while that was overspent by 2,000, there was money left in the line above. Instructional software, page 13 going into 14, there was monies left there. The guidance social work section, money's left there. Testing and assessments, money left there. Okay, and that's it. Okay, and then on to 14, which goes into 15 for the psychologist. I had pointed out earlier, that's a piece of us from a previous line having to contract out because we didn't have a psychologist on board. Then the next section, which is attendance, and that's really a portion of 3 different salaries, and there's percentages that are between different lines. So I think it's just a shift in what actual percentage there was given to each line. Medical health services, that's over by 10,000. The big part of that is looking at the second line down, the Director of Health Services. That position was hired at a higher salary than the exiting Director of Health Services. So now on to page 16, we have transportation. That's overspent by 11,000. A big piece of that is about half of the way down, you'll see 70,436. That's foster care transportation. And that's something we don't have a lot of control of. So we do get some reimbursement for that, but altogether, that's not too bad. Next line is the food service section. You'll see that's all left. We did not use any portion of that. And again, that is one of the areas that we reduced going into this current year, the FY24 budget. With the advent of the free lunches, we're going to keep a good eye on it, but that's something that, you know, they're in good standing. They're finally a program that is actually running as it was meant to be, which is self-sufficient. 16, or on the end of 16 is the athletic department, goes into 17, and that ends up in a good place. The next section is student activities, which is overspent by 10,000. That in the future, we're gonna need to increase because it probably hasn't caught up with the various contract increases. So that's gonna have to be increased down the road, but for now that wasn't terrible either. School security, that was nothing spent there. Then 17 into 18 is your custodials expenses, and you'll see a lot of various little you know, deficits, but again, draw your attention to the bottom of that section, which was to the good by 93,000. Our gas line, the natural gas, was over by 5,000. That's not horrible. Utilities, the next part is 18 into 19, and that is over by 39,914. I would draw your attention about a third of the way down. You'll see that the net metering fee, we're in a deficit of 108. What I think that is, and I have to do some more investigation, but I think that's with the addition of all the 3 elementaries. There's one that doesn't have the solar. But those fees increased. There was some savings in the electric lines, not that much, doesn't cover that. But that needs to be looked into, but overall, within that section, it was only overspent by 39,000. Next section is grounds. That's overspent by almost 17,000. And the majority of that was that there was some tree work that needed to be done at 2 of our elementary schools. And so that's gonna happen year to year based, not necessarily just a tree service, but in certain areas of maintenance, you're gonna have to have, like roofing is gonna be one year maybe different than the next year. So it's just one of those situations.
Bobby, on the maintenance of grounds, do you know if that's where like it's going to come up for a later update, but do you know if that's where the money for like the athletic fields is as well? Is that considered grounds, or is that somewhere else? Or is that in athletics?
That's the grounds, yeah.
Grounds.
Okay. Thanks.
Yep. And then you have maintenance of buildings, which goes into 20, and then again to 21, and you'll see that came out okay. The maintenance of equipment, that came out okay at the bottom line. Same with your extraordinary maintenance. And then your tech maintenance salaries, which goes 21 into 22, came out good. Tech maintenance expenses, that again is in a good place. And then you'll see the separation costs, and this is where that's overspent by 32. What that was is vacation buyback for the exiting Northampton High School principal, Lori, excuse me, and then also the JFK principal who had resigned and had vacation time left that he had been paid out from. And then unemployment is a case by case, so that went way over. That's kind of hard to judge, it just depends. That's something for FY25, we're gonna have to look at increasing that line. So that's something we're gonna have to pay attention to, that particular line. And then 22 into 23 is our insurance. Our liability, which was on 22, was overspent by 9,000, and we'll probably have to increase that line in the future, but that's dependent on what we had for claims. Then we go, the rest of that page is all to the good, as well as to the last page. So you'll see at the very end, we came out to a zero balance, and we were able to put only 193,643, but we did do a transfer of that into our school choice account. And I will bring you, just so you know, in October, I'll bring a school choice update.
So did I miss it, Bobby, or did you talk about the negative 213K under non-public tuition, the out of district?
Where'd you see that?
It's on 22?
21. I think I'm missing what you're saying, sorry.
Page 22.
9,300 non-public tuition.
Non-public tuition on page, am I looking at something different here?
Are you looking at, is it, no, they're the same, page 22.
I'm looking at year-to-date August PDF. That's my copy of this, and I followed along.
June.
Yeah. Do you have a page 22 on yours?
There's page 22. What's
I
that?
do. My
say?
non-public tuition is on page 24, and that's to the good.
Oh, I see where you
But
are.
where,
So,
yeah. So my numbering's different because it's a PDF, yeah. But what is the negative 213?
Yeah, your page is 24.
Okay.
Bobby, your page is 20, is it 24 for this? I think.
My non-public is on
Last page.
But why does it say, yours says August, May?
Yeah.
Because this is,
Oh, you know what? You're looking at 2024 document.
this is the end of the year, end of that,
Let
the
me
last
just see if
fiscal
she's
year.
got that.
So it says like year-to-date dash June at the top.
There's another document.
It's the one that I
That's why
downloaded.
I wonder.
It does say year-to-date, Dan, but I have year-to-date August, so what's up with that?
I have that same document.
It's the
One's-
fiscal year.
One's year-to-date, one's end of
Until-
year.
Year.
Oh,
There's two
yeah.
financial
Year-to-date
documents.
says year-to-date
You're
August,
looking
though.
at
Isn't that what we're looking at?
2024,
You want the 2023.
right? You want to look, but we
We
were
want the
just
end of
reviewing-
year.
Two documents,
Why would I have the year-to-date 2024, though?
because that's our current year.
Because that's the,
That's the
Starting.
monthly report
Yeah,
as
now.
opposed to the end of year report.
Yes,
yeah.
the end of
Right,
year.
we've been looking at the end of the year report.
And so this is another report. This is the current year.
Okay.
We
so
haven't
it's-
gotten to that one yet.
Okay.
That would be
Right.
the
I was following it through
monthly
both pages,
expenditure.
and that was my big question, was
Okay.
about that negative dot. Thank you.
Emily, sorry, Member Seraphy Cox.
Sorry. It was a little alarming.
That's okay.
It was, yeah.
Bobby, you said the amount that you were able to transfer into the school choice account. Can you remind the committee how much we were, as it were, relying on in order to balance the FY24 budget?
Right, we are not relying on that because the mayor did come up with that $1.2 million, but if we had been, I would have been in trouble because I was gonna hope for 600. But given the legal line alone and then some of the other lines, that wouldn't have been feasible.
Bobby, do
So-
you have any estimate about tailings, any tailings that might be left from that?
That is the tailing, the 193,643.
That's the total, okay.
Right, and so then that's what was put back into the,
Put back in, okay.
School choice, yeah. Which I will bring you in October, the update of that account. And then just to, if I can respond to Meg's question about the deficit in the line on the August year-to-date, which is 213,192. So what that will be is that we'll shift some of that into the circuit breaker.
Why do
That
we,
just hasn't been
why do
done
we
yet.
have it
Why do we have the deficit?
of 213, yeah?
So your total special ed expenses are more than what we budget for because we also have circuit breaker funds that we use. So the encumbrances that are in there right now are all put into the general fund, which some of them will have to be moved into the circuit breaker piece. And then additionally, we used 400 in ESSER funds for, so that's a part of that as well.
So this is an anticipated expense.
This negative number
Yeah.
will not be negative in the budget once we make the appropriate moves.
Okay, we're sure of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
so just on that same point too, and we talked a little bit about this at Budget and Property, the circuit breaker is another one of these things that we don't see. So when we get into the budget process again, it would be great if we can get a special education portion that includes the expenditure costs and then what we think we're getting back from the circuit breaker and then which portion is actually in the budget. Because
Yep,
without
right.
that, when you look at this, you're like, looks like we have a massive overage we didn't plan for, which is not the case, right? Yeah.
But we don't know yet what we're getting back specifically on the circuit breaker yet.
Well, for circuit breaker, we do, because what we plan on using, we
Last
use
year.
the year before, right? And then, and so that will be part of our process for the FY25 budget. You'll definitely be seeing all the grants and how we use those for the budget. You'll see the revolving funds. You will see everything for FY25. So
Thank you.
it'll be much clearer this year.
Bobby, thank you so much for including this year-end actuals report and running through it with us today. I really appreciate that. It's a nice way to set us up moving into the next season.
Thank you, Bobby. Any other questions on the year end? No. Okay, so we got a preview of the monthly. Do you want to, anything you want to highlight about that?
For the regular monthly, no, I'll do that in September because that'll give us a full quarter. I mean, October rather, because that'll give us a full quarter to the end of September. So then I can review.
Okay, you already talked about the warrants. Did you talk about the personnel report? I can't recall.
No, I don't usually talk about that.
Okay.
There's so many changes, there's so many shifts, but.
Bobby, in the oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go.
In the personnel report, you mentioned there's a couple that are highlighted in the new hires. Is there, or bolded, I mean, is there any reason why those are bold?
I don't put that report together.
Okay.
So I
won't worry about it. Thank you.
No, yeah. I don't think so. I don't see it, and they're not highlighted on my case, so I don't think there is any reason, other than maybe at one point we were waiting for information to fill in, so we highlighted it, and then when the information came in, we didn't unhighlight it. That could very well be.
Okay. And do you have your report, the business administrator report, or are you all set?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I talked about that before we went into executive session.
Okay, great.
So I'm set.
Excellent. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate it. Sorry to make you wait in purgatory for so long. Apologize.
I'm used to it.
Okay, so moving on to rules and policy. Holly, Member Gazy.
Hello. So, I'm not bringing you any thing for first or second readings, with just a quick update. The BEDB agenda format, Dr. Bonner wanted to get the okay to move new business up, and we pointed out that that ability was already in the thing. We did notice while we were talking about BEDB that it had not yet been posted to the website, and so Dr. Bonner created a spreadsheet which I've filled out that keeps track of all our policies, first readings, second readings, when they're in rules and policy, any notes, and attaching documents, which should, and then when they're posted, which should give us a much better oversight of the whole process, so we don't drop any things. With regard to the sexual prophylactics thing, we forwarded to Attorney Taylor the Member Robbins's research that she had done on all the districts that had put this policy in place, and all the legal precedents that they had for making these available to 7th and 8th graders. Dr. Bonner is still in the process of checking with the nurses, and so that's another in-process thing. We did review the protocols for contacting the attorney, either through by school committee members, either going through the superintendent or the chair is another viable alternative. Mostly Dr. Bonner wants to know because she can be sure the billing is correct. We discussed whether we need a formal policy or to put it in the norms or just have it be a part of understood practices. And member Seraphy Cox suggested putting it in the school committee handbook and norms that member Goldman worked on. And member Seraphy Cox is drafting language to that point. We talked about policy JRA, which is the student records. We noticed that the MASC policy is far simpler than ours because they just summarize it, whereas our policy is taken directly from the law, and MASC says that schools will follow the law. Our policy does have a helpful outline for administrators about problems with that might arise, for example, with non-custodial parents. And again, that is in consultation with Attorney Taylor. So that's where we are, short and sweet.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions? Nope, okay. Thank you, Member Gazy. Moving on to budget and property. Member Goldman?
Actually,
Thank you.
I'm going to take it, right?
Member Agnew?
I'm just going to say, we just had our meeting earlier this week, and we did discuss the grounds topic, which Gwen is the lead on, so I'll let her say her
Be
piece
brief.
about that.
I will be brief.
Thank you.
And there is the pesticides application on school property document in the folder, which is the good reminder that we have until December of 2024 to implement the period of where there will be no application of pesticides on the grounds, playing fields, and playgrounds. I did speak with Tony Kuzniers, and he also came to the Budget and Property Committee meeting. It appears that hasn't moved on in a way that we are happy about, so we are going to continue to talk with Tony and talk with the grounds people about how we're going to make sure that we do get to that point before December 2024. And Dr. Bonner and I have an appointment with maintenance, the grounds people, to have an on-site tour and an understanding of what the issues are. But that being said, we do understand the obligation, and we're going to be making sure that there's a plan in place for that to happen.
Great, thanks.
Thanks so much, Gwen, for your leadership on this issue. And our next meeting is actually the Monday after our next school committee meeting. So we won't have an update at the next meeting. Thank you.
Member Stein?
Just real quickly, and this excellent summary from Member Agna and Member Goldman. One thing I learned in the meeting that I think we all were surprised about was 2 budgets ago, we were asked to cut the cost to implement the program. And we found out in the meeting that year, some of it was implemented. So it was this weird moment in which we thought we had made a cut, and yet there was money that was spent. It was just one of these moments where you're like, I don't know the reality between what we pass and the decisions were presented and what we make versus what actually happened was really different, and that was concerning. I don't know what to do with it, but I just wanted to share that with everybody else here to think about as we go into the next fiscal session.
Okay, any other comments? Nope. Okay. Curriculum Subcommittee, Member Robbins.
We met for the first time of this academic year quickly. It was a delight to have Dr. Bonner join us. She was up on it. She had read the mission. She had great suggestions to make about implementing pieces of it, some of which we will address in our strategic retreat, whatever its name is. We will, the high school will begin to really look at collecting data on embedded honors, but the suggestion was made, I think we mentioned this last time, that we will be looking at data across the school to look at student performance data, not just in embedded honors, and looking at the data sets that informs, that we can be informed by, including how traditionally marginalized students are doing. We talked about some antiquated software, what some changes have been done to open that up, and some new purchases that will help different pieces of software speak to each other, the update on Parent Square, and the start time. Dr. Bonner will go to the alt to gather data from administrators and teachers, and we'll be looking at pre-COVID and post-COVID attendance and tardiness. We'll focus on getting a survey out this fall for administrators and teachers. We quickly looked at the other stuff that would be of key interest to you, would be that we had a really detailed report from Curriculum Director Dory about the math and ELA rollouts, and she gave us a very good interview and she's going to give it to us in October because we have nothing else to do in that meeting. But yeah, I'm just saying. But it was really good, and we thought that constituents would really like to see this. It's really good, crystal clear data on what those monies spent look like in terms of how kids are learning and how teachers are implementing it in their classrooms. And our next meeting is Wednesday, October 4th.
Great. Any questions or comments? Member Robbins? Okay, seeing none, then Member Miller. Do you have a report?
So I would say that I have not had, we have not continued with monthly meetings because since Dr. Bonner is now here, she is meeting with the clerk every week. And so, as you all know, there have been hires to help with this. And so I think that also some of the minutes that we revise or that we edit may have not been done by Annie, but may have been done by one of these helpers, basically. And so I don't really have much else to report.
Great. Okay, thank you. Any discussion topics? No. Okay, future business. Some of you have said these already, but I'll go through them quickly. Budget and Property Subcommittee, 4:30 on Monday. That's the past. Okay. School Committee Retreat, 6:30 p.m. in the collaborative boardroom on September 18th. And that's beginning discussion of strategic planning. Rules and Policy Subcommittee, 4 p.m. Wednesday, September 20th. Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee, 6:30 Monday, October 2nd. Curriculum Subcommittee, 5 p.m. Wednesday, October 4th. School Committee with Student Advisory Council, which starts at 6 p.m. on Thursday, October 12th. Budget and Property, 4:30 on Monday, October 16th. And Rules and Policy, 4:30 Wednesday, October 18th. And we have covered the executive session, so I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
I'm not sure who,
It was me.
Member Gazy.
Member Gazy made the motion. It was seconded by who? Who was that? Emily? Member Seraphy Cox, or was it Member Goldman? Someone pipe up.
I'll second it.
Second goes.
It was not me.
Okay, second goes to Member Agna. Roll call, please, on adjourning.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Robbins,
Yes.
Member Gazy,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Levy is not with us, Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Agna,
Yes.
and Member Davis.
Yes.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Nom.
Thank you.
Bye.
Aye.
Aye.